Make sure you guys like and subscribe to help out. Like and subscribe to help out. Follow to help out as well. AMC getting some headwinds from the overall market, pulling back to 106. Still have support at 105. GameStop falling down as predicted, guys. Hate to be the bearer of bearish news, but GameStop tracking. This is why you guys come here, because you want the actual news, actual stocks, actual facts, actual data. So GameStop, unfortunately, pulling back as expected. And SPY. Bad PPI sends us crashing. PPI came out at 0.7%, which is way higher than the 0.3 we were looking for, sending us falling. Everything down because of PPI, including BTC. Good job, PPI. Good job. Spider-Man, brand new day trailer just dropped. We're gonna watch that here on the channel. This is gonna be a banger for AMC. So we're gonna watch that trailer if you missed it. So just so everyone is aware, there is some issues going on over on Twitch. I'm not saying I'm not going to stream over there permanently, but I have to get some stuff figured out. So if it doesn't get figured out today, I won't be streaming on Twitch until it gets figured out. And then I will be streaming on just here on YT. And then I'll start streaming on Twitch once it gets figured out. It should get figured out soon. I'm talking to support now, but it's via email and it takes forever. So it should get figured out soon, but Twitch should be up fully working by sometime next week, early April. So hopefully they can get this figured out, but if not, I'm not going to be able to stream on Twitch no more until it's figured out. But don't worry if you sub to Twitch or anything like that. Do not worry. I'm still going to be over there. And it should be figured out, especially if they want me to keep streaming on the platform. It should be figured out soon. But if you guys want to show love, you guys can prime sub for absolutely free over on the purple. You guys can also like the stream, share the stream, and give me a follow. All right, so AMC is probably gonna get a boost from this Spider-Man movie and Doomsday. So we're gonna check out the Spider-Man trailer. All right, never mind. Nothing's working like normal. I might not. Might just get off. It's ridiculous.
How low can Spy go dizzy?
Fishy Friends, thank you for the 5-piece, dude. Bro, Spy is going to bounce, dude. RSI just made a higher low. It's time to cash out. Oversold. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the 5-piece, bro. Unbelievable.
Yeah, boy!
Yesterday, we had this crypto news came out. It quietly was released, but there's huge crypto news. The SEC issued an interpretation clarifying how the federal security laws apply to certain crypto assets. And certain cryptos were named by name, like ADA, Litecoin, XTZ, XRP, XLM, SOL, Doge, Link, APT, Avalanche, BTC, BCH. All of these are now commodities. Which we knew Bitcoin was a commodity, but all of these coins are now considered commodities. Please 100%. The SEC released this for immediate release. Yeah, SPY's gonna go up, dude. It's not gonna go down anymore. I mean, it could go down later, but we're oversold. MIT 31st. That's gonna be 2027. Oh no, that's. I thought they were talking next year. That's okay. Yeah, SPY going up as expected. Price made a lower low, but RSI made a higher low. You know what that is? Divergence. SPY tracking. Like and subscribe for the best. I don't know, guys. I'm not feeling it today. I might get off, man. There's just too much going on right now. I appreciate everyone tuning in, man. Without you guys, we wouldn't have anything, but... Or it might just be a chill stream or whatever. It's ridiculous. The Spider-Man trailer looks really good. And then also Avengers Doomsday might be fire as well. July 31st of this year. Yeah, Mario should do some numbers, but I think Spider-Man might be bigger than that. I kind of want to see that Spider-Man movie. It looks kind of good. For whatever dumb reason, Twitch invited me to the affiliate program. I literally have 9 people over there. Like, come on, bro. Twitch invites me to the affiliate program, and then I try to sign up, and it's like you have to enable 2-factor authentication. So I go to put in 2-factor authentication. I type in my number. I hit send code. Code never comes. So I hit send code again. Code never comes. So I hit send code again. Code never comes. Then it's like you try too many times. Now I'm locked out of 2-factor authentication. I can't get ads on Twitch, and I can't get payouts. So I'm basically streaming on Twitch for free, unless I get subs or something like that. So that is why, if this doesn't get sorted by today, We're going to hold off on Twitch for a couple of days, and then I'll be back on. But do not worry, guys. I'll be back on Twitch. Do not worry. If you sub, don't worry. You will get your ad-free experience. And it does support the channel still, so I appreciate it. If you Prime sub, you're going to have to redo it every month. But by April, Twitch should be up full force running. I was very happy with Twitch, but this is ridiculous. I was gonna move everyone over to Twitch to save YouTube. Spy pushing up as expected, guys. Spy pushing up as expected.
JK, really?
Breeze could get up. Try hard.
Goblin, what up, bro? What's a goon to a goblin? Spy's resistance at 66839. Today, Wednesday. Hopefully Twitch has this sorted by Friday, bro. I literally did everything I needed to do, and like, it makes no sense that you're holding me back over two-factor authentication. Like, come on, bro. Because your shit doesn't work. Any other time I ask for a code from any other place, I get it. Any other time I have to two-factor authenticate on anything else, it works. As soon as you have to two-factor authenticate on Twitch and to get paid, nope, doesn't work. It's more than a coincidence. Amy has support at 105. Amy has support at 105. Spy resistance, 66839. Spy just pushed up as expected. Cost of ball rising shows you what's happening in the background, bro. The price is not the price. AMC's price is not the price. Whatever this says doesn't matter, bro. GameStop tracking perfectly, guys. GameStop tracking perfectly. Unfortunately, tracking to the downside. RSI trending up, price trending down. Bullish divergence forming on GameStop. All right, guys. SPY is tracking to the upside as expected. SPY is tracking to the upside as expected. PPI came out way too hot, so that affected the overall markets. Bitcoin, crypto, SPY, everything down because of PPI. SPY is returning back to the upside after being oversold. Bitcoin 71,400, pulling back but still above the key level of 71,000, so that is bullish. XRP pulled back to 144, unfortunately is tracking perfectly with the prediction. Unfortunately or fortunately, whatever you guys want to say on that. Maybe it's fortunate that it's tracking, maybe it's unfortunate, but we are still tracking. So oil's at 99.22, so that's also extremely bearish for the market. So we have PPI and oil weighing on the markets right now. So it looks like the intelligence minister of Iran was deleted. Yeah, but you know, when is this gonna end? It's never gonna end. It's been day what? Like 18, 19 now, and Trump said this was gonna be a 3-day thing. Down 60K and counting. At least you had 60 bands to lose, you know. Some people don't even have that to lose, you know. You gotta be at a certain level to be able to even lose 60 bands. They want $168 for a 668 call. GameStop's gonna trend down in the earnings and then rally on earnings. That's exactly what's happening. It's very obvious. Oh, this looks like the pullback on BTC right here. Look. You get this move here. That's what it looks like. So we should see like, we should see something like this. SPY has major resistance at 668, guys. SPY major resistance 668. Yeah, GameStop's 100% coming down where I said. So GameStop 23.15 incoming, guys. AMC has support at 105. Bitcoin has support at 70,800. SPY getting beaten by oil and bad PPI data. Now, if the Fed comes out and like raises the rates or something, it's going to be even worse. The Fed could be the literal reason why the market crashes. Fed pal probably wants to crash the market because he's leaving. It's like, let me do a quick market crash before I leave. They have 1 million shares available to short on AMC. 1 million shares available to short AMC. Cost to borrow 0.86%. All right, SPY's getting ready to make a push to the upside. Dude, we already have 400 views and it's not even, it's going on 12 o'clock. Rick Rhodes, thank you for your 3 stream streak, bro. Deezy's girl reached 3 stream streak as well. Deezy's girl, Deezy's mom, Deezy's grandma. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of Deezy's grandma, Deezy's mom, Deezy's girl. Let me check out the Mario movie. I think Spider-Man's gonna be way better than Mario. Contains copyright music, so I'm good. What the hell is that?
There's a verse out there.
Is that how Peach sounds? What the hell has landed in his hand? Those look like freaking... Oh, illumination. Come on, bro. Why'd they have to flash it like that?
With a lot of God.
Mario movie has to do some numbers, right? What do you guys think? Dude, they always do this. They play old Fed meetings and trick people. There's 300 people watching this old Fed meeting. Guide me. Oh, look, there's my stream. My stream showed up. It's only 1, 2, 3. Only the 4th one down. That's what's up. Spy trying to build some bullish momentum to get back above 66839. Can you get a copyright from a commercial? Yes. Like, if I play a commercial and the commercial has music, yes. Any music that comes through my speakers, I can get copyrighted for. Like, anything that comes through. Sometimes you can get around, like, background music and stuff like that, but... And if you do too many copyrights, your stream will just cut off. Spy's trying to build bullish momentum, tracking perfectly. Gonna get some serious views today? I hope, brother. We'll see. I always hope for views, but today it is what it is. I don't really care. But I appreciate the motivation, guys. I really do. Streams will be back in full swing by next week for sure. They're supposed to be staying the same. If they cut rates, that would be extremely bullish. If they raise rates, that would be extremely bearish. The market's expecting rates to stay the same, so if it does anything other than that, expect madness. We already got bad PPI data.
Goat emoji, key emoji, join the Discord.
Ruben, thank you for the coffee, brother. Thank you, bro. You're a blessing, dude. Not only did you sub on Twitch, but you dropped 2 pieces, bro. Thank you. If you guys want to join the Discord, hit me up on my email, data0official5, data0official5. It's $100 for a lifetime invite, exclusive predictions, technicals, news, and information, as well as exclusive community. If you want to get involved, hit me up on my email, data0official5@gmail.com. We could definitely use a Discord sale today, you feel me? We're making some changes to a legal agreement. I don't care, PayPal. I never want to talk to you again. Seriously. I hate PayPal. What do you think Spy will do? Dude, I think we're gonna see. Honestly, I feel like I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know. I feel like the market is gonna tank. I don't know why I feel that way. But that's just what I'm thinking, dude. I feel like shit is gonna fall bad. I feel like they're gonna raise the rates or something. I feel like we're gonna get a surprise. That's what I feel like. I feel like we're gonna get a surprise of some sort. And the market doesn't like surprises. I just feel like something big is coming today. I can't quite put my finger on it, but we already have 52 likes on YouTube, guys. Help me run these numbers up. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Spy tracking perfectly. Like and subscribe for predictions just like this. Yeah, did you guys see the Hulk? The Hulk is in the new... Professor Banner's in the new, Spider-Man. I think the new Spider-Man's gonna do numbers. $86 on YouTube, let's go. $86 on YouTube, let's go. AMC still holding 105. AMC holding 105. Bitcoin finding a bottom. Spy tracking. Yeah, I feel like Spy dumps today, dude. SMS reception issue should be resolved now. Although it should be resolved now, it sometimes takes up to 48 hours to process. If you're still experiencing issues after that time, please check back with us. So I gotta wait 48 hours? What is that? So I gotta literally wait till the 21st. And it should be fixed now. I'm gonna wait till after stream because if I have one more bad news, I'm gonna lose it. I'm praying to God it's fixed. Please just be fixed, bro. Please. Oh no, we only got 4 people on Twitch, bro. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. I'm about to spaz. Get over on Twitch now or I get off stream. You heard? I'm kidding, but please go help me on Twitch. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a prayer. I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray that it's fixed. I'm gonna wait. Should I wait to after stream or should I try to fix it now? Twitch lags your phone? Normally Twitch is lightweight. Well, guess what? That's why we're gonna be on both, brother. So you can pick your option of where you want to be. And I'm hoping to expand to TikTok and Rumble here soon. In fact, let me put my Rumble link on Twitch right now. Guys, I have over 500 followers on Rumble, so if you can follow me. Over 500 Rumbles or 500 followers on Rumble. That's copyright. That's me hacking a phone. I can't believe I have more followers on Rumble than I do subscribers on my second YouTube channel. And if I had 500 subscribers on my second YouTube channel, I'd be half monetized. We got 7 views yesterday. See, we be getting views on these. 14 views, 8 views. We be getting views. This is me hacking a phone in under a minute. Hacking a cell phone camera. Using MSF console. List of commands. You can get call logs, take screenshots, webcam, record with the microphone. You can hide apps, so you can put an app on the phone and hide it. You can install apps. You can do everything. You can uninstall apps. Once you hack into someone's phone, you can do anything. Then I hack, this is me. Look, hack the camera, boom. Front-facing camera, hacked. This is from another device, by the way. I'm using a computer to hack a phone. But don't worry, I won't hack you. Yeah, if you guys want, give me a follow on Rumble, if you don't mind. But I'm hoping to expand to Rumble and TikTok in the very near future. I have a TikTok as well. I don't know why it's not showing up. Right here it is. Right here's my TikTok, guys, if you want to follow me on TikTok and Rumble. And I should start going live there soon. And we're posting clips there. We got 90 views on this bad boy. The video is tracking. Yo, someone asked me the other day. God damn it. But I'm hoping to be live streaming on Rumble, TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time here, coming up in the very near future. All right, I'm gonna add my Rumble. Twitch, I can't lie, Twitch is very fast. It like doesn't lag. Alright, so we want to add Rumble. This is my Rumble. IMBL. Alright, so if you go over to my Twitch, it will show you my Twitter, YouTube. It will show you my Twitter. My YouTube. My Instagram. My TikTok and my Rumble. If you go over to Twitch. Bro, Spy, can you push up already? Come on, bro. All right. Haters gonna hate and winners gonna win. Netflix. My homie bought this and he did well on it. What if Netflix dies and movies last forever? What if Netflix the one that dies? I thought they said Netflix was gonna kill the movie theater because it didn't. That's why everyone was shorting AMC. I need a market heat map, bro. I'm about to snap out. I'm in a fucking horrible mood. I need one person to follow me on Twitch to make my mood better. Crystal River, Florida? Wait, did I go here? Because it did not look like this. Wait, did we go here? Because it was clear, but it wasn't that clear. It looked like that. That's what it looked like. Three Sister Springs. This looks awesome. Yeah, I definitely was here. I was definitely here. It looked more like this though because it was the season it was. You can still see through the bottom, but it's not as clear as like right here. It looked like this. You could see the bottom, but it wasn't like crystal clear like this. Sorry guys, I got confused. Or I got distracted. Yo, is there anybody who watches me on Rumble? Let me know. I wonder if there's anyone who's found me on Rumble and then went over to my YouTube. Up daily outlook predictions, stocks and crypto. This video is not. I thought there was a place that like showed my YouTube video as well. When is the Fed meeting? $2:30. PPI came out at 8:30 a.m., right? Yeah, right here is where it came out. So we have interest rates at 2 p.m. So interest rates in 2 hours, and then Fed meeting in 2.5 hours. Dude, we got 78 in the building, 7 on Twitch. Let's go. I love my DZ fam. I love my DZ fam. They're the only ones that care about me. DZ fam. Dude, these guys move too fast. ridiculously fast. SPY grinding to the upside as expected. SPY grinding to the upside as expected as Netflix pushes up. AMC trying to hold that 105 support. Let's go. GameStop unfortunately pulling back exactly as predicted. Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you can Prime sub to my Twitch channel for absolutely free. All you do is go to my channel. Hopefully it doesn't freeze. Then you hit subscribe. And then once you hit subscribe, you hit use Prime sub. So, Data Zero recap. I didn't do anything in February. Oh, we need one more follower to hit 60 too. We need one more follower to hit 60. I bought 5K at $84, selling at 100. Dude, I hope you make a bunch of money, bro. I honestly want all of you guys to make money. I know haters don't want me to make money because haters get super mad as soon as I get a super chat or any love. I don't even why hate on me? What do I don't even do nothing to y'all. What is the point of hating on me for? I literally just help people. I never came on here with the intentions of hurting anyone. Kai Supreme, what up? Soon I need to do a poll and ask, has anyone found me from like another website? Have you found me from Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, TikTok? Has anyone found me from another platform and then came over to YouTube? Hola, buenos días, amigo. Hola, buenos días, mi amigo. ¿Cómo estás, señor? Yo tengo el gato los pantalones. El gato los pantalones. Mira, mira, mira. Hola, buenos días, Andrew. Spy slowly grinding to the upside, but it's Robin Preem, bro.
Yo, 14, you got another one. Yo, 14, you got another one.
Guys, like and subscribe if you haven't. Like and subscribe if you haven't. 0 new members for today. Shout out Fishy Friends and Ruben. Also, thank you, DZ fam, because we are now back over 300 members total. I really appreciate that. $91 in the building on YouTube. 7 in the building on Twitch. Fed meeting today. Spy is looking iffy, man. It's just Robin Premium. It's gonna be light until the Fed meeting. Bad trading until the Fed meeting. What stocks are you guys trading today? Let me know. We can look at them maybe. We are now at 200. It should be over. I guess it didn't. Oh, yesterday's didn't load. But we're over 300 members. Yo, DZ fam. DZ fam, I need to know something, bro. I need to know if any of you guys find me on the shorts feed vertical. What I mean by that is, before I started dual streaming, I was able to stream vertical. I'm not able to set that setting now because the way that I stream, but I wish I could, because then I could have 3 streams up. But anyone who finds me on that, let me know. Spy dipping down, guys. Spy dipping down. Am I gonna lag out? What's happening? Let's refresh everything. I think some people are finding me on the vertical. Dude, we already have 700 views. Holy smokes. AMC 105, AMC 105. 91 in the building. 91 in the building. Let's go. Time to get the views. You already know what we do. I need more views. I need more views. Follow me on Twitch and Twitter too. Bitch, give me views. Give me views. I need views. What's going on? 100 people in the building total. SMX trending down, but randomly gives you God candle. Dude, I thought you left SMX, brother. '93! We're climbing, bro. Let's go. What time do we fed out Fed rates? That's gonna be 2 p.m., brother. 2 p.m. I need a clipper for Twitch. I need somebody who would help make clips on Twitch. Is there anybody willing to do that? I need a clipper and a moderator. Gray Squad? Is that 1 p.m. for Chicago? I don't know. It's 1 p.m. Eastern time. East Coast. I don't know what Chicago time would be. Or I'm sorry, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. East Coast. I don't know what time Chicago time. Misty Blue, what up? March 20th, 11:30 a.m. $95 on YouTube right now. 95 on YouTube. Everybody like the stream. Like the stream. If you like the stream. Crazy how y'all be married, still be needing attention from social media to show off. What should be only for your husband and yourself. Fact. That's how you know she ain't for you. If she your girl and she's still posting revealing pictures needing attention offline or for social media, bro, you already know she ain't for you, cuz. Guys, spy at support at 66589. But they be trying to keep me under 100. Yo, they be trying to keep your boy under 100 at all costs. They be trying to keep your boy under 100 at all costs, son. Hold on, we here though. 101 in the building, baby. 101 in the building. We here. AMC trying to hold 105 support. SPY 664.42. Funny how SPY's at 666 heading into the Fed meeting. Yo, SPY is literally sideways heading into the meeting. I think we're gonna have this Fed meeting in order to get some information. Fed meeting's gonna be at 2 p.m. Well, 2:30, and then we have the economic FOMC projections, and then which is the Fed meeting basically, and then Fed interest rate decisions. So far, so good though. We got 95 in the building. I appreciate everybody watching right now. Come on, Spizers, do something, cut. You just robbed all my premium. So glad I didn't buy a call option. Flip side, what up, bro? $100 on YouTube! 100 on YouTube, 6 on Twitch. We got 106 in the building, 106 in the building. Let's go!
Plug.
GameStop 2354, AMC 105, Spy 66708. Dude, we have 830 views already. Fed meeting is at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They trying to keep your boy down. They trying to keep your boy down. Are you guys getting too many ads on YouTube? Let me know. I'll turn ads off on YouTube, or I'll turn ads down on YouTube if we get like a new member or something. But if you guys are getting too many ads, I'll also turn them down. 1757 Northern Europe. The Fed is going to be 2:30. The Fed meeting's at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. The interest rate decision's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys got to check what time that is for you. But you could just stay here and I'll be live. How comes conscious rap died but gangster rap flourished? Because they want to destroy you from the inside out. Conscious rap got knocked off, but gangster rap got full corporate sponsorship. They wanted to promote a destructive lifestyle to the colored community. Let me stop, because last time I started talking about real stuff on stream, they cut it off. I started talking about the petrodollar, Netanyahu, all types of stuff, and then they cut the stream off yesterday. Who remembers that? If you look at my stream yesterday, right when it cut off is when I started talking about real stuff. So I started talking about real stuff on stream. On this stream yesterday, I started talking about some real stuff, and that's when it cut off. I think YouTube figured something out. I think that's what happened. They figured something out on how to stop people from doing that. I started talking about real stuff. I'm not gonna let it play, but I started talking about some real stuff on stream here yesterday. I started talking about some real stuff, and then it cuts off. I start talking about it right around this mark here, and then it literally cuts off just a few minutes later. Kind of weird. Kind of awkward timing. They put an ad right when you started talking about gangster rap. Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? Yo, this shit is crazy. Don't, bro, don't. You're gonna make me go crazy with conspiracies. Stop. Bro, are you serious? As soon as he talked about gangster rap and you gotta be kidding me, bro. As soon as I started talking about gangster rap and conscious rap, they put a commercial. They're like, nope, you can't hear this. This is too much information. Yo, stop, bro. That's like when I was watching this one live stream and he had this guy on and they started talking about like direct, I'm not even gonna say it. They started talking about DUMBs, deep underground, you know what I mean, and direct energy pew-pews, stuff like that. They started talking about stuff like that. Stream cut off. They had technical difficulties. Dude, I'm telling you, bro. We've seen it too many times. I'm a creator, I know. I've seen my streams get throttled. Yo, everyone keeps asking what time Pow speaks. Guys, Pow will be speaking at 2:30 p.m. Yo, somebody make a comment that Pow will speak 2:30 p.m. I'm not kidding, I was annoyed. Dude, it's kind of crazy, bro. It's kind of crazy. I think it's kind of crazy how SPY's at 666, right, heading into the Fed meeting. Twitch gang? Sunny GG. Who's gonna be my Prime sub for today? I know one of you guys got Amazon Prime.
I'm at the go.
BCC 71,200. If SPY loses 665.89, expect further downside. Oil is waning heavy on SPY. Oil is going up, so it's really bringing SPY down. Oil is at 97.94, up 1%, 1.80% here. Where'd I put the VIX at? Why is the VIX way down here? The VIX is also up. VIX up, SPY down. That's something you can often look at. AMC still holding 105 support. I'm starting to feel a little bit better about today. Thanks, DZ fam, for sticking by me, man. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for tuning in. Dude, we already have 1,000 views. Yo, I appreciate y'all. $491, what's up? The market's expecting interest rates to stay the same. So if interest rates go up, that will be very bearish for SPY. John Smith, what's good? All right, guys, Twitch support emailed me back. So what I said about Twitch, I will be streaming on Twitch, guys. I will be streaming on Twitch. We're gonna be on Twitch. It should be fixed by tomorrow. We have 84 likes. Run these numbers up. 84 likes. Run these numbers up. Let's go. Hit the like button. It's absolutely free. I want to post the Fed meeting to Twitch. We just hit 1K views. We just hit 1K views. 1,000 views, baby. Let's go. 1,000 views. It's only 1 o'clock. Woo-wee. We are getting views today. Advantage. Let's take advantage. We're here. We're here. We're here, fam. We're gonna take advantage of this. Maximize our views. City Boy, what up? I appreciate you for being here, man. And when the OGs come back, that's always a very good sign. So glad that you're here, dude. Glad that you're here. It's always a good sign when the OGs come back. Spy coming back up. Spy coming back up. I gotta see how a Rumble Live is gonna be.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a bounce, but that could be a bear flag. All right, we need to get some clips on Twitch. I need some type of moment to clip. Guys, if you're just joining the stream, we did have some major news for crypto. The SEC issued an interpretation clarifying on how the federal securities laws applies to certain crypto assets. And some of these cryptos were mentioned by name. What that means, it will give large investors and institutions more confidence to invest in crypto. This is coming at a perfect time because altcoins were starting to get looked at as basically with no value almost. Like, people were starting to think that only, like, BTC, ETH, and XRP have value. And, like, that's it. Maybe a few other coins, like Chainlink and stuff like that. But they mentioned APT,
Cheers to DZ who stays putting in the
Avalanche,
work.
AVAX, BTC, BCH, ADA, LINK, Doge, ETH, HBAR, LTC, DOT, Shiba, Sol, XLM, XCC, and XRP by name. And they're officially considered digital commodities, not securities, ladies and gentlemen. So ADA is not a security. Very bullish. Now, we want to see the Clarity Act, of course. That would make it even better, but this is going to help. Because we're seeing a lot of demand on the ETFs. Crypto's the place to be. I'm trying to tell you guys, it's still a very, very new market. It's still a very, very new market, and there's a lot of room for growth. Me personally, though, I do not be fooling with them meme coins, guys. I know some people want to be fooling with meme coins and shit like that. I'm not fooling with them. I'm good on all that. You can make a bag and you can lose a bag. If it wasn't for PPI, Bitcoin would probably be up today. PPI, I mean, it should, but it shouldn't affect. I think BTC more pulled back because it's official. BTC is a commodity. We've been known that, though. It's going to move independent of SPY. This is why I try to tell people Bitcoin is going to move different than SPY. It might move with it early, but in the future, and starting now, I think we're already seeing it. Oil prices can go up and Bitcoin can be fine. It's going to move independent of everything. Bitcoin's going to be its own thing. Hopefully everything gets fixed with Twitch tonight. I'll fix it. City Boy, member for 18 months. Kenny, what up? Yes, brother. I'm going to be here, bro. We're expanding. We're expanding. We're on Twitch now and Rumble. We have 500 followers on Rumble. We have 59 followers on Twitch. If you guys have Twitch or want to help out, go make an account and give me a follow on Twitch, please. It's in the pinned comment. Right here, official data 0. Give me a follow. Silver's way down. Yeah, thank you for the 18-month support, bro.
Freedom is a choice, and yet so many people decide not to be free. I'm a free man who wants to think freely. I think we're crazy. Call us freaks.
All right, GameStop getting a little bit of recovery, but guys, I still think we're gonna see some downside on GameStop. 23.15 potentially on GameStop. I am rocking the DZ merch right now. I'm gonna get some more shirts so you guys can see what they look like in real life, but this stuff's high quality. Everybody who got seemed like they're pretty happy with it. Thank you, City Boy, for the 18 months, dude. Without people like you, we wouldn't exist, brother. Looks like it's building some bullish momentum. I have this prediction for SMX. Looks like it's building some bullish momentum on the short term now. Could push up to like $9. SMX is a wild stock. It had this pop here earlier though, look. It went from 1139 all the way up to 1760. That's a decent move. It's a 58% move, and it did that within a few candles. That's sick. Oakway, what up, bro? Glad to see you here, man. Long time supporter. I appreciate you. When the OGs come back, that's always a good thing. Max Carter in the building. Thanks for being a member, bro. Shout out to the channel members. I think we're almost at like 300 members. Damn, United Oil's at 121. Wow, SPY heading towards the downside gap. NASDAQ dipping in the downside gap. Okay, I see you, Chris. $89 likes, guys. 89 likes. Let's run these numbers up.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
Okay. NASDAQ's getting a bounce, so SPY's gonna push up. Fed meeting in less than 30 minutes. Fed interest rates in less than 30 minutes. I tried sending a two-piece, but YouTube freezing up. Maybe back out and back in, but dude, I really appreciate it. Sorry about that, dude. It's always something, right? It's always something. You try to do something nice, and then look what happens. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to my Twitch for free. All you have to do is go over to my Twitch and hit use Prime sub. I appreciate you trying though. Spy pushing up, spy pushing up. 66652 is resistance. Yeah, VIX is up a lot, so be careful. Like, don't go long. We're going to see massive volatility. But the VIX could be up just because of the Fed meeting. But I'm telling you guys right now, I feel like something crazy is going to happen during this meeting. I think we're going to get a huge move. I'm back, don't worry. I feel like we're gonna get a huge move, dude. YouTube just crashed for some reason. Wow. We did have 94 people, but YouTube just crashed for some reason. It's always something, right? I've sold on my stocks. I don't want to take any more risks this time. Hey, I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you. SPY's gonna be pretty flat until with this Fed meeting, guys, but we have 15 minutes to the meeting. Yeah, we can't always buy the dip, but finally the bottom will drop out. Stay safe, folks. Stay safe, brother. AMC still holding 105 support. AMC still holding 105 support. Cost to borrow 1.4%. 1 million shares available to short. GME 2.6 million shares available to short. Cost to borrow 0.43%. GameStop still tracking, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. SPY dipping down a little bit here after getting that pop to the upside off 66529. 92 likes on YouTube, guys. 92 likes on YouTube. We're starting to get the countdown. It should start hitting a loading button right here. You should start seeing a loading sign. Fed interest rate decision. We're looking for 3.75, guys. If it gets hiked, expect a dump. If it gets lowered, expect a pump. We're about to find out, though. We need 5 more likes to reach our goal on YouTube. 5 more likes to reach our goal on YouTube. SPY trying to push up here. AMC 105, GameStop 2342, 66658 SPY, Bitcoin 71,700. Bitcoin creeping up as well. Bitcoin creeping up here a little bit as well. XRP 145. Guys, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe if you don't mind. YouTube crashed us, but we're trying to come back, man. YouTube crashed us, but we're trying to come back. We had like 90 in the building, but it's all good. Spy pushing up here. $12 minutes till interest rates. $96 likes on YouTube. Flip side, what up? All right, so we're just waiting to see. Okay, SPY pushing up here. And we should be getting this interest rate decision any minute here. 6 minutes. 6 minutes till interest rate. We're gonna get some major volatility. Looks like a pop-up, but things could get so crazy. So options are expensive right now. AIM is plugged in right now. Guys, if you want to support for absolutely free, like and subscribe. If you want to support for absolutely free, like and subscribe. AMC 106, GameStop 2341, SPY 6643, Bitcoin 71,600. Guys, I might do a dual stream on Rumble as well. So I might try to stream to like YouTube and Rumble. Type a 1 in the chat if you guys would watch me on Rumble and help support me on Rumble if I did a dual stream on Rumble. All you'd have to do is watch on Rumble. Let me know. Type a 1 in the chat. Is there anybody? My goal is to ultimately be streaming to YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch every day. That's my ultimate goal. Yo, thank you for the follow. She is what? What a crazy name. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Putting us at 60 followers. We only need 10 more followers to reach our goal. We only need 10 more followers to reach our goal. I really appreciate that. Thank you. She is Hoker. All right, we're getting the Fed interest rate. It stays the same. It stays the same. I'm gonna post it right now on X. I'm gonna post it right now on X. It stays the same. Slight bullish for SPY. Slight bullish for SPY. What the heck? All right, guys. So we got it right here. Fed's rates will remain the same, 3.75 basis points as the market expected. This is slightly bullish to neutral for SPY. We still have the Fed meeting today. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Come check me out. Follow me for more stock market news, predictions, and TA. Yeah, guys, I was posting it. It's 3.75, staying the same. I was trying to get the tweet out. My bad. I thought you guys heard me. It's gonna be slightly bullish to neutral. Yeah, I thought you guys heard me. That's why I was on my phone texting it. It's easier for me to text the tweets than typo, especially with all the little emotes and stuff like that. And now we have a Fed meeting. We're gonna have a Fed meeting here, and I'll be posting the VOD of that on Rumble and hopefully Twitch today. We'll be posting that VOD on Twitch and hopefully on Twitch and definitely on Rumble. 3.75 basis points as the market expected. So we're getting that push up. Now we still have a Fed meeting. And that's going to really determine everything. What are you talking about, Steak? Listen, we already had the dotted line. I already predicted upside, white dotted line tracking. And I was getting the tweet out so we can talk about it on stream. You guys got to relax. Now what you can do is clip some stuff and put it on Twitch for me. How many of you guys have Rumble accounts? Follow me on Rumble. Follow me on Rumble. I'm going to be going live there as well. Follow me on Rumble. I'm going to be going live there as well. Right here's my account. I post the videos there already. Follow me on Rumble. What's your obsession with Twitter? You have to. This is what I have to do as a influencer. You have to be on all the platforms. This is what you have to do. You're not gonna compete with everybody else when everyone else is on all the platforms. You're not gonna compete, and you're not gonna make as much profit as you could possibly make. And as a streamer, you have to do that because ad revenue is so poop. Luckily, I have DZ fam, and they show love almost every single. Actually, they do show love every single day. Thank God for DZ fam, or we wouldn't be here. All right, so we still have a Fed meeting coming up. And we just broke 100 likes. We just broke 100 likes on YouTube.
Yeah, boy.
My obsession with Twitch is also, if you guys want me to continue doing this, and you guys want my stream, I have to diversify because YouTube isn't doing what it needs to do. By streaming on Twitch, anybody who has Amazon Prime can literally support the channel for free. And we already have 18 subscribers on Twitch and 60 followers. So that helps a lot. Anybody who has Amazon Prime can literally basically do the equivalent of becoming a member on YouTube. But they can do that for free on Twitch. And that way you guys don't have to spend any extra money, but you can help support the channel and keep it going. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. It's all for you guys. Everything I do is for you guys. Everything I do is for you guys. It's all for the family. So we can keep the stream going. AMC at 105. GameStop 2346. SPY 666.59. Getting a slight push up off the interest rates, which are slightly bullish to neutral. Let me put the live link. Bitcoin got a nice little push to the upside as well with that. Bitcoin got a nice little push to the upside as well. I have been talking about some other stocks, but QQQ I'll throw on there because that's the equivalent for SPY for NASDAQ. I gotta take off one of these. It's gotta be Beyond Meat. These are the random, like, 2 random plays that I'll keep. And then the main Mag 7 down here. I guess I can move to the bottom. I guess I can move these to the bottom. I could always just check on them later. I will put XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin right there. Perfect. So I can always just check on them here in this one. There's HIMS. tracked perfectly. Falling wedge breakout. Falling wedge breakout took it all the way up to... That's actually a nice play right there. I should have... If I had the account funded, that would have been perfect. And Hims would have been way cheaper than SPY. 29% move. On the options, that could have been very good. $15 minutes till Fed meeting. So I wonder if I really need NASDAQ if I have QQQ. I might not need NASDAQ anymore. I might just be able to do QQQ. Yeah, we might just have QQQ. We'll do NASDAQ over here. Because nobody's trading NASDAQ. They're trading QQQ. QQQ pays dividends too. AMC 106, GameStop 2342, SPY 66578. So SPY popped the drop. SPY popped the drop. Massive volatility, guys. Massive volatility. We got this push up here that we expected, and then it just dropped back down. 665.29 all the way to a high of 667.44, and then just dropped back down. 665.60. That's crazy. Can't believe we got to 60 followers on Twitch. I really appreciate that, y'all.
Thanks for doing it all for us, Mr.
Thanks for
ZZ.
everything. What? Bro! Bro just dropped 100 bomb! Bro, thank you for being so generous, dude. This is the first 100 bomb we had in a long time. Hype in the chat, guys. He's keeping the stream alive. He's keeping the stream alive. Thank you, bro. Yeah, the stuff with Twitch has been stressful, man. I appreciate it. The only reason we're doing this stuff is because we want to keep streaming forever, man. I don't want to quit. And ever since August, and I don't want to talk to you guys too much about it. I don't want to stay here online and complain. But ever since August, if you heard about it, all the YouTubers got, like, all the pay we made got cut in half. So that's why after August 2025, you saw a lot of YouTubers quit. You saw a lot of people saying they wanted to give up because everybody's revenue got cut in half, literally, from like 30 to like 60% across the board. All creators got their revenue cut in half. And I know people don't care about creators and shit like that, but that's why we have to expand to other platforms or we wouldn't make it. And without you guys, we wouldn't be here, man. So I appreciate it, guys, so much. Todd, that was just huge, man. I hope the universe blesses you 20-fold, bro. I hope the universe blesses you 20-fold. Hype in the chat, guys. Hype in the chat. And I'm gonna post that on the second channel, brother. Actually, I'm posting that on the main channel. Hey, yo, man, I appreciate y'all, family. Shout out to Todd dropping 100 bomb. Todd went crazy and dropped 100 bomb. First one we had in a long time. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate you. Yeah, YouTube's pretty messed up. But I'm also grateful for YouTube at the same time because without YouTube, I wouldn't have this community. So, can I really complain that much? Fed meeting in 5 minutes. Fed meeting in 5 minutes.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
All right, so expect more volatility during this Fed meeting. Yeah, hype in the chat, dude, for real. 100 bomb is crazy. 100 bomb on the YouTube. 100 bomb on the YouTube. He's actual blessing, bro. That's the first 100 bomb we had in a minute, too, man. Absolute legend, dude. I really hope, like, the universe blesses you 20-fold, bro. You deserve it, man. Thank you for all you bro. You already know you go ham. You already know you go ham, bro. Damn, AMC just hit 104, bro. Stop playing with me, dog. The AMC price is not the price, guys. Cost of borrow went as high as 1.40% almost. It's at 1.4. It's remaining above 1%. This is bullish. Do not get shaken out now, man. We lasted so long. You guys got to do what you want, but I am still holding my damn shares. I'm still holding them shares. If AMC goes back up, though, I am selling. I have AMC and GameStop shares. I'm going to record the Fed meeting and post the VOD. The VOD will be on Rumble for sure, YouTube, and potentially Twitch tonight.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
Grandpa Barney was the last 100 bomb, yes. They dropped like 500 bombs in a row. It was crazy. That stream was wild. I feel bad sometimes though. I can't believe you dropped the 100 bomb, dude. I seen it say tip $100. I lost my mind. Thanks again, Todd.
remains somewhat elevated. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our
All right,
policy
guys, we got
rate
the Fed meeting
unchanged.
for you guys. We got the Fed meeting
We
for you
see the
guys. This
current
was recorded
stance of
live. Make sure you
monetary
guys lock
policy
in.
as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. The implications of developments in the Middle East for the U.S. economy are uncertain. We will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate. And I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In our
He's
summary
trying to
of
crash the
economic
market, bro.
projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 2.4% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in December. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.4% in February and has changed little since late last summer. Job gains have remained low.
Bitcoin slight pullback.
A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.4% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen in recent weeks, likely reflecting the substantial rise.
He's trying to crash the market, guys.
Disruptions in the Middle East. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 2.7% and 2.2% next year, a bit higher than projected in December. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. From last September through December, we lowered our policy rate 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should continue to help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%.
Inflation is not going to 2%. This guy is lying. This inflation's not going down.
Near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation, but it is too soon to know the scope and duration of the potential effects on the economy. We will continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that 4% at the end of this year and 3.1% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they are not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we'll make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith of the New York Times. There's been some debate about whether the Fed should look through the inflation that will come from higher oil prices stemming from the Middle East conflict. Is that the right approach at this juncture? And to what extent does the fact that inflation has been above target for roughly 5 years now influence the committee's thinking around this?
So, first, let me say we're well aware of the performance of inflation over the last few years and how a series of shocks have interrupted progress that we've made over time. And that happened most recently with tariffs, and now there will be some effects on inflation.
In an overall downtrend.
The thing that's really important that we see this year is progress on inflation through a reduction in goods inflation as the one-time effects on prices of tariffs go through the system, go through the economy. That's the main thing we're looking for going into this exercise. And we need to be seeing that to sort of understand that we actually are making progress, because on net we didn't make progress. And if you look at total core inflation, it's about 3%, and some big chunk of that, between a half and 3/4, is actually tariffs. So we're looking for progress on that. The question of whether we look through the energy inflation doesn't really arise until we have kind of checked that box. It, of course, is kind of standard learning that you look through energy shocks, but that's always been dependent on inflation expectations remaining well anchored. And I think now it's also dependent on what you mentioned, which is that broader context of 5 years now of inflation above target. We have to keep all of those things in mind. And the question of looking through when it does arise will be one to
AMC 104.
approach not lightly, but in the context that you mentioned.
And just on the S&P, can you help us make sense of why there is still a bias to cut for most officials this year, despite the upward revision to headline and core inflation and the essentially unchanged forecast for growth and unemployment? I'm just curious, kind of what's the genesis behind the need? What's the need for the cut?
Yeah, so there are 19 people, and so 19 reasons, 19 individual submissions. But if you notice, the median didn't change, but there was actually some movement toward a meaningful amount of movement toward fewer cuts by people. So 4 or 5 people went from 2 to 1, let's say, 2 cuts to 1 cut. And each person has individual, stories behind what they want to do. But essentially it is that, the forecast is that we will be making progress on inflation. Not as much as we had hoped, but some progress on inflation. It should come as we start to see in the middle of the year.
Hitting some resistance here.
Progress on tariffs, going through once and then tariff inflation coming down. We should be seeing that. And, the rate forecast is conditional on the performance of the economy. So if we don't see that progress, then you won't see the rate cut.
Howard.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just to follow up a little bit and to be clear, is the higher inflation penciled in here for 2026 solely the result of the oil shock or something else?
He's going to blame it on immigration. He's going to blame it on immigration to try to blame Trump for something.
For sure shows up here. Some of that will be in core as well. But yes, but no, there's also just the feeling that we haven't seen the progress that we had hoped for on core goods. And on tariffs and on the rest of it,
or tariffs. So that's another thing.
For whatever reason, people did write up their inflation forecast. That will certainly be tied to events in the Middle East and the price of oil. But it's also, I think, a reflection of the slow progress we've seen on tariffs, which we believe we will see. It's just a question of how long it takes for them to get all the way through the economy, and it just takes some time.
Right. And is the lack of change in the SEPs, again, just to explicate this a little bit, more due to the expectation that the oil portion of this will pass through, or more out of concern that there is a potential blow to consumption and growth coming in the form of wealth effects with the stock market down, in the form of gas prices, diverting spending from other parts of the economy?
So I didn't get the second part of your question.
That consumers are going to be potentially diverting money to gasoline from other parts of the economy. There could be a growth shock or a redistribution of spending there. They can hit consumption, wealth effects as well. I guess I'm wondering, is the rate forecast not changing because you think the oil shock is going to be temporary, or because you want to be sure you're positioned in case growth starts to slow?
So the thing I really want to emphasize is that nobody knows. The economics effect could be bigger, they could be smaller, they could be much smaller or much bigger. We just don't know. So people are writing down something that seems to make sense to them, but have no conviction that to your point, if we have if we have a long period of much higher gas prices, that's going to weigh on consumption. That'll weigh on disposable personal income, and it'll weigh on consumption. But we don't know if that's going to happen. Something quite different than that. We might have much lower than expected pass-through. So people write down, this is one of those SEPs where a number of people mentioned if we were ever going to skip an SEP, this would be a good one, because we just don't know. So I wouldn't say there's a conviction that this is going to go through quickly or not quickly. It's just you got to write something down, and this is something that is that people wrote down. We don't debate how long. How do you do that? We wouldn't be able to debate what the length of or size of these effects would be. We just have to kind of make an individual statement. And also, what you've written down before you'll be reluctant to move too far away from that, just because you don't know. It's so unclear what the direction from this particular end will be. Meanwhile, the growth has been solid, and inflation, the overshoot is mainly from the goods and tariffs. And, the labor market is, the unemployment rate, of course, is little changed since September. You have a very low break-even rate, apparently, for new jobs.
What anyone else says,
dude. Growth in either demand or supply, but the U.S.
economy
going
to the downside as expected.
Pretty well.
Fed Powell talking the market down.
We don't know what the effects of this will be, and really no one does.
Steve.
Mr. Chair, in the past, the staff
Guys, like and subscribe if you haven't.
Higher oil prices. They have a hit to consumption, which Howard was talking about, but that's somewhat offset by increases to domestic production. I wonder if you could talk about that dynamic, especially.
Follow on Twitch as well.
U.S. production is happening right now.
So the first thing is there is, the original thinking, the long-standing thinking, put it that way, is that you do look through energy shocks. But as I mentioned, that's conditioned on inflation expectations and that kind of thing. So, sorry, your question was?
What the staff is saying about, and has said in the past.
Yeah.
About
so there'll be an offset.
Offsets, yeah.
So that's true. We have, we're a net exporter of energy, right? So any effects on employment and economic activity and spending would be offset to some extent by the fact that our oil companies will be more profitable, and they may even do more drilling. If you ask oil companies about doing more drilling, though, they're going to want to see, a consistent rise in oil prices from where they were before the buildup for the war, and they're going to want to believe that that's going to be persistent for a fairly long time. So they're not sitting there waiting for oil to go over $70 a barrel, and then they're going to start drilling or whatever. They're going to make a reasoned, careful judgment that we're going to have higher oil prices for an extended period, meaningfully higher. So I wouldn't say there's much of that happening. Not much of it happening now, but some of that could happen over time if you see that. But so the net of the oil shock will still be some downward pressure on spending and employment, and upward pressure on inflation, of course.
And if I could just follow up on Colby's question, how much do you worry that, having looked through tariff inflation and inflation running above target, and looking through the oil price shock, would undermine the credibility of your commitment to the 2% target?
We have to do our analysis.
There's a gap down here for SPY at 6.6.
Think these things through.
So there's a gap down here for SPY at 663.89 to 663.21. So SPY's working its way down towards that gap potentially.
Best judgment you can based on the facts. I don't think we're going to let it color our
AMC
decision
104,
making
GameStop
more than is appropriate.
2342,
It's
Bitcoin
more the fact that it's been
71,600.
5 years, and we've actually had, we had the tariff shock, we had the pandemic, and now we have an energy shock of some size and duration. We don't know what that's going to be, actually. And, it's one of those things where it's a repeated set of things, and you worry that that's the kind of thing that can can cause trouble for inflation expectations. And so we worry a lot about that, and we are very strongly committed to doing what it takes to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2%. And, I think it's important that we do that, very important.
Nick.
Nick Timoros, Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've described monetary policy as modestly restrictive. If the unemployment rate is roughly stable, inflation moving sideways in the high twos, with an ongoing overshoot in services and non-housing services, not just goods, and the economy doing fairly well, as you just outlined, what gives you confidence that inflation returns to target over the next couple of years?
It's not going to return to 2%. Inflation is not going back to 2%. It's going to be 3%. They're going to make a new target.
It's mildly restrictive, even modestly restrictive. No one knows for sure, but it's in that range where it's somewhere around the borderline between restrictive and not. Remember that a big part of the disinflation we're looking for is just the runoff of when tariffs are put into place. Of course, what they do is they raise prices to some extent, to the extent those prices the tariffs are paid by consumers, on a one-time basis. And we're waiting for that process. It takes 8, 9, 10, 11 months, a year to go through the system. And we're waiting for the tariffs, which were put in place over the course of the middle part and later last year. We're waiting for that to go through the system so that goods inflation will return closer to what it's always been. I mean, it used to be, for many, many years, it was negative. And then, the year before tariffs came in, it was 0. And it's running at like 2% now. So, and so that's kind of, goods inflation is running at 2%. So that's not coming from standard Phillips curve restrictive, restrictive policy. It's coming from the runoff of a one-time thing. We also think it's important, though, to keep policy either mildly restrictive or close to that, but not too restrictive because of the weakness in the downside risk in the labor market. We are balancing these two goals in a situation where the risks to the labor market are to the downside, which would call for lower rates, and the risks to inflation are to the upside, which would call for higher rates or not cutting anyway. So we're in a difficult situation, and we feel like that our framework calls on us to balance the risks, and we feel like where we are now is just kind of on that borderline, the higher borderline of restrictive versus
What gives you confidence
not restrictive, and we feel like that's the right place to be.
Over the next couple of years? Can I ask about core
It's not going to return to 2%.
Because there are some people who think that it hasn't come down very much, if at all, over the past year. If wage growth has come down, if the labor market has loosened, why has non-housing services inflation maybe been slower to follow? What gives you confidence?
That's a good question. It's frustrating. Non-housing services they basically moved sideways for a year. They're at the same level, and we do expect that they will come down. But it's a bunch of idiosyncratic things. But at the same time, that is one of the things we should be seeing, because to your point, the labor market is clearly not a source of inflationary pressures, and that should really matter for non-housing services, but we're not seeing progress there. So we do, what we expect for next year is what we want to see for this year, rather, is continued progress on housing services, finally seeing that, the goods inflation come back down because the one-time effects of tariffs are through, and then also get some help from non-housing services. That's what we'd like to see. But it's a good question why we didn't see much of that last year.
Edward.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So in December, we saw employment numbers revised down to negative 17,000. January revised down. February posted a loss of 92,000. Is the employment side a far greater risk than the inflation side? Because we are seeing inflation, CPI is close to 2%. PCE has ticked down overall.
It's really, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that that's clear at all, that one is more at risk than the other.
SPY's moving down, guys.
You can point
SPY's
to
moving down.
the unemployment rate being stable, and, in a world where both supply and demand for workers have come down very, very sharply over the course of the past year due to immigration policy largely, a ratio is going to be a better thing to look at than job creation, for example. So, and the ratio is the unemployment rate, and it's been stable since September. So that tells you that. Inflation, we're at 3.0% core. inflation 2.8% headline. So we've been well above the 2%, that amount, whatever it is, 0.7, 0.8, or a full percentage point above 2% for some time. And that's a concern. You know, we need to get back down to 2%, and we need to keep focused on that, even though we do now face some new inflation from energy. So I'd be hard-pressed to say that one of them is obviously more at risk than the other.
And if I may, what happens if there's no Federal Reserve chairman confirmed on May 15th? Would you stay on?
So if my successor is not confirmed by the end of my term as chair, I would serve as chair pro tem until he is confirmed. That is what the law calls for. That's what we've done on several occasions, including involving me, and it's what we're going to do in this situation. And while I'm at it, on the question whether I will leave while the investigation is ongoing, I have no intention of leaving the board until the investigation is well and truly over, with transparency and finality. And I would refer you to the statement that was in the Fed's brief that you all have seen, and I won't have anything more for you on that. On the question of whether I will then continue to serve as a governor after my term ends and after the investigation is over, I have not made that decision yet, and I will make that decision based on what I think is best for the institution and for the people we serve. Figuring you probably were going to set the dominoes off there, Edward.
SPY heading towards the gap.
Have any more to say?
SPY heading towards the gap. Gap starts at 663.89 to 663.21. SPY pulling back as expected, y'all.
Financial Times. People have drawn quite a few historical parallels with the current situation.
Told you guys SPY was trying to take it down. That's how you know if somebody's new here or not. That's how you know if somebody's new here or not. Like, they'll say some dumb and then look like a fool later. SPY pulling back exactly as expected, bro.
Response to that, where there was a focus on the growth risks, is the right parallel. To what extent would you
flip side? Jackie, Andrew, glad to see you here, man.
Place today. Thank you.
You know, it's really hard to say until we see the situation, the actual situation. In some circumstances, that might be the right case. In fact, for example, if we do see the kinds of disinflationary progress that we expect to see due to tariffs that I mentioned, I think it's hard to say, and it will depend to some extent on the size and duration of the effects we're seeing on prices, and it will depend a lot on what we can see in inflation expectations.
And just one follow-up, if I may, just on the BLS report that was mentioned briefly there. It doesn't seem from the projections or from the comments you've made today about the unemployment rate and focusing on that your view on the labour market story, to a large part being a supply-side story, has changed, despite the quite negative number in February. Would that be the right take, and was there anyone else in the room who thought differently, and that the February jobs report was cause
Didn't I say I thought the market was going to dump?
You have to take the two together.
Didn't I say I thought
in a way, the
Somebody
January
pull up the
report
clip.
was a positive surprise, and the February report was a negative surprise. If you put them together, you get something in the middle, and I think you have to really, as you do, I'm sure, realize there was a strike and there was weather, and that's about 80,000 of the negative effect total on the February report. Notwithstanding that, so what do you see if you take a step back overall? There are a number of indicators that suggest a degree of stability, but the thing that I think good number of people on the committee are concerned about is just the very, very low level of job creation. If you adjust what has been the trend job creation over the past, let's say, 6 months, if you adjust that for what we think, our staff thinks, is the overstatement due to overcounting, effectively there's zero net job creation in the private sector. But actually that looks like that's about what the economy needs in terms of dealing with very, very low.
SPY filling the gap right now.
Really growth in the labor force, which of course we've never had in our history. So you've got a sort of a zero employment growth equilibrium. Now that's balance, okay, but I would say it does have a feel of downside risk, and it's not kind of a really comfortable balance. So, you know, we look at that, we see it, we get it, and I mean, everybody understands the arithmetic, and that's you can say the break even is zero, but nonetheless, it's something we're watching carefully, and so and you know, are concerned about. But ultimately, though, you can argue that it's a consequence of deliberate policy, which is really the changes to immigration. That's the biggest factor there, and but nonetheless, something we watch carefully.
Andrew.
Thanks, Chair Powell.
There's going to
The
be an
economy's
echo.
experienced a series of supply shocks in the last few years, COVID, tariffs, 2 oil price shocks. Do you think that is bad luck, or has something changed in the world that makes supply shocks more common, and does the central bank need to start taking account of the risk of supply shocks as a more common problem?
You know, we did go through a long period where the shocks were all demand
Is anyone else
shocks.
here echo?
And, you know, so we've had a lot of practice thinking about supply shocks in the last 4 or 5 years, for sure. And it's just a very different thing, and a very much more difficult thing, because it does immediately raise the question of tension between the two parts of our mandate. But, you know, has the world changed? I mean, COVID is a one-time thing, right? This energy supply shock is a one-time thing. It's not because of some broad tendency or anything, I don't think. And you know, the oil shock with Ukraine was also a consequence of military action. So I don't know that the world has changed in a way that there'll be more supply shocks. But you know, there's people have written that paper and that speech a number of times. A number of people have tried to make the case that is the case. And in fact, we have seen more supply shocks in the last 5 years than we've seen in many years before that. It's a fact.
Okay. You said last year that the Fed was reviewing its communication strategies, including the SEP, as part of its framework review. Whatever happened to that? And I have like 5 follow-ups to that, but you know, I guess
5 follow-up questions.
What would you change about Fed communications if you had the time? Thanks.
What happened about that was not much, and I'll tell you why. So, you know, we looked carefully.
AMC
at many
new
aspects
low
of the SEP and
103,
our
guys.
communications, and there weren't any ideas that had
Gonna try to
very broad
shake
support on the
us.
committee. And you don't want to make a change to
The
your
goat called for the
communications
market
unless
to pull back.
you have the committee behind that.
Ruben,
So
thank you for
we
the
didn't really make
two-piece,
any
brother.
changes on that. I had hoped that I had some things that I wanted to do. Broad support, and we'd already made all
Thank
the
you
changes
so
we
much
made
for
to
the two-piece,
framework.
dude.
That was a critical thing.
And the recognition, I
So
appreciate
we
you.
didn't. And
Unfortunately,
I
AMC pulling back
I
as
wish
well,
we-
though. Thank you for the two-piece, Ruben. AMC pulling back as well.
So
New
maybe the
low.
next chair we'll take a look. I'm sure he will.
Next support for AMC, $1, guys.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The minutes show in January some members of the committee wanted to include a
Outside the
two-sided
bands, our side
guidance
was
on policy. Was that discussed today? And given the rise in the inflation expectations, how much support for a two-sided policy warning would there be?
So it did come up today. The policy that the possibility, rather, that our next move might be an increase did come up at the meeting, as it did at the last meeting.
Now we just need one brand new member, and
The vast majority of
today is
participants
complete.
don't see that as their base case.
Thank you
And
guys
of course,
for
we
the support.
don't take things off the table. But you correctly characterized, you know, what was in the minutes that several participants indicated, and something very much like that conversation did happen. What was your second question, though?
I was just one question there, but follow-up would be, there are a lot of goods besides oil that are trapped in the strait right now, and a lot of supply chains getting snarled. How much concern do you have about whether, if this becomes an inflation problem beyond just oil, whether there's anything you can do about it or would do about it, given the efficacies of monetary policy?
You know, you can worry about other commodities. You can worry about
Bro,
all
you didn't
of
have to be the
ways
one,
that
dude.
Oil-related commodities go into manufacturing, that kind of thing.
Ruben, you didn't have to be the one to do it, bro. Thank you, dude. Ruben with the gifted membership as well.
The truth is, it's completely out of our hands, and we just, like everybody else, we have to just wait. What happens, and it'll come down to how long, you know, current situation lasts, and then what are the effects on prices, and then how do consumers react and that kind of thing. Really, I wouldn't speculate in any way, and there's really not a lot we can do other than kind of watch and see.
Maria Luisa.
Afternoon, Chair Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro with Bloomberg News. I wanted to ask you, you've said longer-term measures of inflation expectations reflect confidence that the Fed will get back to its 2% goal, but there are some colleagues of yours who have pointed to higher dispersion in household service, in business services as well.
Inflation's not going back to 2%,
and
bro.
that they take as a signal that inflation expectations may be less sticky than in the past. I'm wondering if there was a discussion around that at this meeting across the committee, and what were the views of what is the state of inflation expectations and the risks from higher oil and gas prices.
So at this meeting, I mean, a number of people mentioned and staff briefed on short-term expectations having moved up quite a lot for reasons we understand well. But long-term expectations, you know, you can always find one that's troubling or some aspect of one that's troubling, but ultimately, right through this whole period, the overwhelming majority of the things we look to, including markets, including surveys of the public and also of forecasters, they've all been pretty solid on longer-term inflation expectations being right where they need to be, consistent with 2%. So that continues to be the case. We didn't have a lot of conversation about that. I think everyone does agree that we'll be watching those extremely carefully as we see the effects of the price increases come through from the conflict.
And still on how the discussion went across the committee, before coming to this meeting, there were some members who were discussing the risks of a slowdown in growth and at a time of where inflation remains high. It really doesn't seem that most members are penciling in a slowdown in growth.
No.
But has there been any discussion of the risks of stagflation at this point?
So people actually wrote up their growth forecast by a tenth, and I think that's probably to do with just growing confidence in productivity. But sorry, and your second question was just.
If there have been any discussions about the risk of stagflation scenario.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there is tension between the two goals, right? The upward risk for inflation and downward risk for employment. So, and that puts us in a different situation. You know, when we use the term stagflation, I always have to point out
filled the gap.
That was in 1970.
Dude, we 100% have stagflation. Stop lying.
And inflation was really high, and the misery index was super high. Add them together, you get the misery index. And that's not the case right now. We actually have unemployment
Bro,
really
we
close
have
to
stagflation.
longer run
Stop,
normal.
bro.
And we have inflation that's 1 percentage point above that. So calling that stagflation, it's not. I would reserve the term stagflation for a much more serious set of circumstances. That is not the situation we're in. What we have is some tension between the goals, and we're trying to manage our way through it. It's a very difficult situation, but it's nothing like what they faced in the 1970s, and I reserve stagflation for that, the word for that period. Maybe that's just me.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. President Trump says that oil prices and overall inflation will go down very rapidly as soon as the war ends. Do you agree with that?
I don't have a forecast on that.
When we're thinking about the impact on American households, as you know, they've been facing these higher prices for years. They've seen an almost $1 increase in gas. How worried are you about households, especially lower income families, being able to afford those price hikes? And should people be bracing for higher costs?
Spy trying to get a bounce after filling the gap.
We don't know how big these effects are going to be, and I don't.
Spy just went down, and it's trying to get a bounce now after filling the gap.
I don't want to characterize them in any way. Of course, people are already seeing gas prices. Gas prices are up almost $1 a gallon. We hope that isn't for a long period of time, and of course people will feel that.
We are officially in power hour.
I don't want to speculate about what that might mean, because honestly, that would sound like I have some idea of what's actually going to happen, and I don't think anybody really does. We're going to see how this works out, and I just would leave it at that.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I just wanted to ask, for purposes of the next meeting, how the Middle East war develops between now and then, how are you thinking about what might guide
Time to
action
cash
at the
out of
next
puts,
meeting?
cash out of
If we
puts.
have oil prices,
Cash out of puts.
the entire
Not
time
financial
until
advice.
the next meeting, is that going to change your wait and see stance? Like, what would lead you all to move, or are you on hold pretty indefinitely?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we always say we're going to learn more by the next meeting, and usually we do, but in this case, we're going to learn a lot because we're going to learn 6 weeks to the day till the next meeting. And, we're going to see whether what happens is it's going to be very important for the way the economy looks and the way the outlook evolves with what happens in the Middle East. That's going to be a big factor, and we'll know that then. I don't know how it's going to affect our thinking. I really don't. And we did talk about alternative scenarios a little bit, but it's just I wouldn't bring that in here. It's very uncertain, and I just want to remember that we don't know, and we shouldn't assume it's going to be one thing or another. We're going to see.
So is it a matter of you don't know how the situation itself is going to evolve, or even if things remain as they are, the economy could still remain relatively durable in face of them?
Yeah, that's true too. No, I mean, the U.S. economy has just, made it's been strong through a whole bunch of challenges. I mean, if you go back to 2023 when we raised rates a lot in 22 and 23, and close to 100% of economists called for a recession, which didn't happen. In fact, 2023 was a really strong year. So the U.S. economy has really been just...
U.S. economy's real strong, guys, real strong.
Well through a lot of significant challenges over the past few years. It's been amazing to see. And I don't know what's going to happen in the next intermeeting cycle, and I don't know what's going to happen in the Middle East. I wouldn't want to speculate.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. What makes you so certain that tariff-related price increases will be a one-time effect? I don't think we've seen you since the Supreme Court tariff decision, and it's pretty clear that none of us know what the extent of the tariff shock will be as the administration moves to replace some of the tariffs that were overturned. So I suppose I'm curious, what would make you question this certainty that tariffs are going to be a one-time price effect?
Well, I would not at all use the word certain about my views on that. I'm not certain. I'm uncertain. But just if you think about what it is, it's a one-time increase in the price of a good, right? And what inflation is I mean, if you go back to ongoing increases in prices this year, next year, the year after. That's what inflation is. It's not a one-time price increase. There's a very, very big difference. The public doesn't really focus on that, but that's the difference. And tariffs should be in theory, unless they cause people to start expecting still more tariffs the next year and still more tariffs the next year, they should be a classic one-time thing. People say the same thing traditionally about an energy price spike, because traditionally prices go up and they come back down. And by the time monetary policy would react, it would be over. So I don't have tons of confidence on that. I mean, I think that the theory is probably right, but as usual, the time it takes to get all the way through the economy is just very uncertain. And we found that coming out of COVID, that the inflation did go away, and largely for the reasons we thought it would.
You said the C word.
But it took 2 years longer than we thought, and so I think we have to be humble about knowing how long it will take for tariffs to go all the way through the economy. And so what we've been doing is our staff's been doing, it's very interesting. They started off with just an estimate because there wasn't a real history, and then they've built, based on the history that they're seeing of tariffs coming through into prices, they can now have an arc, and for all the tariffs they can say, well, so we have, I think, a slightly more confidence that we will see tariff inflation coming down, not prices, but you won't see further increases, and we should start seeing that more and more in the middle parts of the year. We do expect that. Now, you're also right, though, that the level of tariffs came down fairly meaningfully in the wake of the court decision. But the administration said they're going to get that rate right back up to where it was. So, and we assume that they'll do that over time. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you.
Right.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You talked about the shortcomings of the SCP in this environment. I wanted to ask about, or throw in an additional thing, which is the fact that it's happening before transition. Is there still some value, perhaps, in the public knowing what other Fed officials are thinking, the ones who will stay on for the rest of the year and beyond? And does that even handicap your successor in any way? Well, just in terms of having a whole committee expressing its views.
Look at Powell's face right now.
Locks them in for the rest of the year.
No. We never. The SEP is never. People are more than happy to change their SEP dots. They're no way bound by them. It's your opinion at a moment in time, which can change based on events. Sometimes very quickly. So it never locks people in. People are more than happy to be proven wrong in either direction. And so I just think we do it. And, I mentioned this was a time when it's very hard to do it. During the pandemic, we actually took one meeting off, I think. But we don't like to do that just because it's hard to do. We should just keep doing it. But I just would say for this one, though, I think it's even more than usual good to take the forecast with a grain of salt, because subject to just very high levels of uncertainty.
Brian.
Hi, Chair Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you're well aware of the history of inflation running above target.
Powell threw in the towel on inflation. He gives up. 2%'s never coming back.
A lot about on Main Street. Are there any signs to you that that's impacting the psychology of the consumer, especially given that they're a big driver of overall economic activity?
I'm not sure what that's all about, but I'll tell you what I think and what we see in surveys, and that is, there were big price increases all around the world, by the way. Everywhere in countries like the United States had basically the same kind of thing. It was a global inflation coming out of the pandemic, and everywhere people are feeling like real wages have been going up in the United States now for 3 years, roughly. But people are not.
Wages are not going up. Stop.
They're not feeling good about it yet.
Why does he lie so much?
Of positive, real
are your wages going up, y'all? Let me know in the chat if your wages are going up.
But you're right. But when you talk to people, they do feel squeezed, and there are areas where prices are still going up, like insurance. Various different kinds of insurance are getting more and more expensive, and that's just catching up really from inflationary pressures that take a while to get to into the price. So we take it very seriously. We don't dismiss it at all. It's a very real thing from the standpoint of what people are experiencing, and what it does for us is makes us even more committed, if that's possible, to getting inflation back to 2% on a sustained basis.
How does the Fed's independence play into the ability to address affordability?
Well, independence is what allows us to do our jobs, and stable prices is half of our mandate. It's one of our two mandates, maximum employment being the other. I mean, look at every advanced economy that looks anything like the United States anywhere in the world, in a market economy, in a democracy, and you'll see, pretty much central bank independence that looks a lot like, in some cases, stronger than what we have. But it's critical that we have that so that we can do the things when we need to do them to preserve price stability. And it's an accepted standard practice, and I think has a lot of support, certainly in Congress, which is where our oversight is in Congress. And you see that among Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate.
Hi, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo at CBS News. Thanks for doing this. Two questions. One, how high would oil prices and broader inflation have to go, and for how long, for the committee to consider hiking rates? And then secondly, diesel prices are rising faster than gas prices. How concerned are you that the increase in diesel might drive up food and goods prices and lead to broader inflation?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you an example or specific answer on the first question.
You're not going to comment on that.
We're prepared to do what needs to be done, but I wouldn't want to hypothesize about what that might be. In terms of diesel prices, so your question there is, are we concerned about it? I mean,
how concerned, and whether or not it will drive up, the cost of food and other goods that really rely on it to
so
move
I think
across the
it's
country.
a more general concern than that. It's diesel
course
prices
it's gonna
because
drive up price
that's
of
transportation of food and things like that. There are just lots of ways that oil and derivatives of oil get into the production and transportation of many, many things. So, and those, there are big effects in headline inflation, but things like that leak into core as well. And the effects may not be as big, but they're quite real and they're material. So we are aware of that and we're watching it, but we're right at the beginning of this, and we don't know how big we just don't know how big this will be and how long it lasts. It may or may not be something that really makes a big imprint on the U.S. economy. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Thank you.
Archie, for the last question.
Thanks very much. Just to sort of stare into the future for a little bit, I was looking at the longer run bits of the SEP and noticed that the growth estimate had been revised up a good chunk from 1.8 to 2, and the kind of long-term Fed funds rate as well. It'd be great just to hear, is that AI productivity or what's going on there exactly?
Yeah, I think it's just productivity. We actually started seeing meaningfully higher productivity some years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and that's not because of generative AI. We won't know for years what it's really due to, but it could be due to the kind of things that people did during the pandemic to economize and somehow become more productive because there was an incredible labor shortage. But I think economic forecasters are very skeptical of periods of high productivity because they're so rare and they're often revised away. And for many of us, I never thought I'd see this many years of really high productivity, and by the way, expect it to continue. And we haven't really started to see the effects of generative AI, and that should certainly contribute to that. So it's quite unusual, and it's this is the higher productivity is the thing that allows incomes to rise over time. And so it's a great thing. Was that your question?
Yeah, no, I was just curious what lay behind that. And just briefly on that as well to finish up, you hear the argument a lot, this is a sort of disinflationary story, and if you believe that productivity thing, that should also weigh down on inflation over time, maybe then kind of pull down where rates end up. Do you kind of agree with that line of thinking, or do you think that's not how you should think about where the rates
I think you have to be cautious about that, in particular if you're talking about AI, about generative AI. So remember, in the short term, what's happening is we're building data centers everywhere, and that's actually putting pressure on all kinds of goods and services that go into building these things. So
those data centers are horrible for the environment, and they take up all the water.
It probably raises the neutral rate. So in the near term, you're not looking at something that would immediately call for lower rates or that would be lowering inflation. Over time, though, sure, it can be if it's expanding.
Guys, if you can, like, subscribe, and give me a follow on Twitch.
It can be. But I think it's an empirical question because it's really is the demand growing faster or slower than the supply side? And I think we just don't know that answer ex ante going in. We'll just have to wait and see. Thank you very much.
That is it. That is the end of the Fed meeting, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Fed meeting for 3/18. The Fed meeting for 3/18, guys. If you made it to the end of the video, make sure you guys like and subscribe. This was recorded live on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure you guys check me out on those. We also have a Rumble channel as well. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you do this, most of all. Make sure you have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. See you in the next one. All right, guys, we recorded that live. So we're going to go ahead and post that. I'm hoping to post it on Twitch, but I have to wait till after stream to figure out if I can get that working or not. But it's definitely going on Rumble and YouTube. And guys, let me know in the comments, would you watch me on Rumble, and do you have a Rumble account? Type a 1 in the chat if you would watch me on Rumble. Type a 2 in the chat if you have a Rumble account. 1 in the chat if you would watch me on Rumble. 2 in the chat if you would if you have a Rumble account, because I'm gonna dual stream on Rumble as well. $92 in the building on YouTube, 6 on Twitch. Spy pulled back exactly as expected. Okay, someone will watch me on Rumble. I appreciate that. Yeah, I might try dual streaming on Rumble maybe like tomorrow or next week. But I can only stream the 2 places at once right now. So if I dual stream the Rumble, I won't be able to stream the Twitch. But I want to see how many people we could get on over there. So I'm going to give that a try maybe. 115 likes, yo, thank you so much. And shout out Todd for the 100 bomb. Also, shout out Ruben, City Boy, Fishy Friends. Thank you guys so much for the support today. 1 brand new member, and then a massive amount of super chats. Right now we have over 1,800 views. 1,800 views. And we have crazy amount of super chats. 115 likes, 1 brand new member. Let's go. Fishy Friends with the gifted membership, putting us at 2. I repeat, 2 brand new members. Let's go. Observer Ann just got gifted a free membership for a month. Spy dipping to the downside hard. Spy dipping to the downside hard, guys. Yeah, boy. Thank you for the membership on YouTube, brother. Fishy Friends, the gifted membership on YouTube. AMC at 103. Is it all over for AMC? Last support for AMC. $1. Looks like we might be building temporary support at 103, though. $20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining, yeah. 20 minutes remaining, yeah. Meta launches Creator Fast Track. So that's something I should check out, is what you're saying? I was monetized on my old Facebook, but then haters got me knocked off. That's why I don't know if I want to do Meta. If it's that easy for it to get knocked off, like why? Like I don't want to take a risk. All right, guys. AMC hit a new low. What are we gonna do? Yo. Bano, what up? I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm trying to get stuff posted. I'm sorry. I wish I had someone to do it for me. I have to do everything that I'm doing, guys. I'm sorry.
You're crazy.
I don't want to be on the phone at all when the stream is on, but it's easier for me to upload things and do certain things on the phone. I'm literally uploading a video right now, and I just made a thumbnail, and I'm uploading that video to multiple websites right now. Trust me, if I didn't have to do all of this, I wouldn't.
You're crazy.
Spy should be getting a slight bounce here soon. I told you guys the market was gonna dump though, man. I just had a feeling. Spy should be getting a small bounce, so I would just cash out a put. Now, if I had somebody that could do all this stuff for me while I stream, that would be the best for everyone.
You're crazy.
Then what is it, bro? I hate when that shit happens. Jesus. I don't understand why shit has to be so difficult, bro. US dollar's at 100. VIX is up. All right, I'm uploading on Rumble and YouTube right now. I'm coming back on Facecam.
Moment of truth. AMC to $1. Let's see it holds.
Guys, like and subscribe if you haven't. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Yo! Danny Lamb, thank you for the two-piece. Moment of truth for AMC, for real. I'm going to make a video like, is it all over for AMC? Just hit a 3-month low for SPY. SPY is dying, brother. And somebody laughed at me when I said, Powell's trying to crash the market. People be so dumb. Listen, guys, AMC's price is not the price. Cost of borrow going up. If everything goes well, I'll be posting VOD of meeting soon. I'll be posting it on Twitch. Fifteen minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining. I put my sunglasses. Screw it, man. Oh, they're over here. 13 minutes remaining. 13 minutes remaining. Guys, we have an insane stream today. 1,900 views so far. 5.5 hour live stream. Massive long live stream. 124 likes. 1,900 views. I tried to tell everyone the market was going to crash this week. I said bullishness Monday, Tuesday, and heading into Wednesday, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, bearishness. I said I wouldn't be surprised if SPY recovered a little bit early in the week and then dumped. This is what we're seeing now. Weekly outlook and prediction. Make sure you guys lock in. Make sure you guys lock in. SPY is dumping, yeah. And if we lose a key level, and I'm getting ready to tell you that key level, if we lose it, it's a major dump time. Key level 660.02. You're gonna go blind, sunglasses inside. Raise your screens. You're leaning over a lot too. I know I lean forward too much. And it hurts my back. I can't help it, dude. I gotta work on my posture. I lean forward too much. And that's why my back gets hurt. We might hit 2K views. Bro, I'm sticking to my gun that AMC does not stay underneath $1. If it goes under $1, it uses that as support. I have to, man. I could be wrong though, dude. But I'm sticking to my guns. AMC should have never dumped like this. This is ridiculous. I don't know what they did. Cost of borrow is rising though, 0.99%. They've been shorting more and more and more. Dark pooling every single day. I want to know how Adam Aaron got all those shares for performance and the stock is going down now. 74.55% on dark pool. The sunglasses are a gimmick, bro. The sunglasses are a gimmick. Thanks to Todd, I paused the ad, so everybody thank Todd. I need everybody watching right now to like and subscribe, and come over to Twitch and give me a follow. Come over to Twitch and give me a follow. We just hit 125 likes. We just hit 125 likes. uploading or did I mess it up? Is there a way for me to check? I might have messed the Rumble one up. I can check it in a few seconds here though. Okay, I was uploading the Rumble. All right, YouTube's already uploaded somehow. Holy smokes. So we're gonna publish that right now. DVLT is moving again? It is moving again. It looks like it found a base too. This could push up, but RSI is already getting hot on the daily time frame. You want to watch out for that. Been listening to DC. Have a good evening. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Everyone tuning in really helps. This John's definitely hitting 2K views. So we can get views during live streaming, and I think I found a way to even maximize more views. Oh man, things are getting exciting. Especially if Twitch gets fixed. We're gonna really be doing what we need to do. Especially if I figured out what I think I figured out. Because I think I figured out how to get my vertical stream added. So now I have 3 streams going. 2 of them will count to YouTube, 1 on Twitch. And then eventually we're going to pay for restream and then go on Twitch, Rumble, and have 2 on YouTube. No further interest rate cuts will be this year. Price to earning ratios of stocks will fall back down to 10, 15 times, which means a major correction. SPY absolutely dumping. SPY absolutely fucking dumping right now. Yeah, that guy had to have been new, man. I hope he's watching right now. He's probably so salty that the market's dumping. And I'm like, Powell's gonna crash the market. And he laughed. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. How about it, Zelly? He's probably pissed. You had to time him out. AMC, I'm not worried, bro. I got shares, though. AMC just hit 102. Crazy. AMC just dropped down to 102 and popped up, bro. We're going to see manipulation like we never saw. We're going to see manipulation like we never saw, guys. It's about to get wild on Amy. I'm holding to the very end, though, guys. I'm holding to the very end with you, I swear. I have shares on multiple accounts. Of course, you guys see the one stupid share here. But I have shares on multiple accounts. Yes, I have 1 share of each here, but I have shares on multiple accounts too. I'm holding to the very end with you guys. AMC closed at 103 even. GameStop closed at 23.36. SPY closed at 661.61. Bitcoin 71,032. So we got hammered today. We had bad PPI. The Fed crashed the market. It's all bad, y'all. He didn't answer any questions about oil, none of that. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. We had over 2,000 views on today's stream. 127 likes. Guys, we went crazy today. I already posted a video today of the Fed meeting. We have 127 likes. Bro, we're getting revenue from different ways, baby. I already posted the video of the Fed meeting. We got that going. We got 2 brand new members. We're live right now. Look at the super chats. Crazy. 1,900 views going on 2K. We live on Twitch right now. 60 followers. Bro, we getting it different ways. We're getting it different ways now. Post it on Rumble as well. Post it on Rumble as well. We gotta build a media empire. That's what we have to do. That's the only way to survive in this game. Only way to expand, only way to blow up. You got to build a media empire. You can't just be a one-trick pony. You got to have multiple. You got to have multiple outlets. Guys, thank you so much for today's stream. We couldn't be here without you. Follow me on Rumble. Follow me on Twitch. As long as we stay over 3 people on Twitch, I will make the video live. Two brand new members. Crazy amount of super chats. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the support, DZ fam. As long as we stay over 3 people on Twitch, I will make the video live. Thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate it. DZ fam, you know the deal. Tune in tonight for a possible video on the YouTube and Rumble. And if everything goes well, I will be posting the VOD of the Fed meeting on Twitch. Check out the merch store. Until next time, family. Peace. Thank you, Todd, so much for that 100 bomb. Danny Lamb, Fishy Friends, Ruben, Todd with the 100 bomb, City Boy. AMC's not done, bruh. Spy bleeding. Yikes. We got hammered today on Spy. Bye. 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 Guys, I need all of you to pray for me that Twitch issue gets fixed. Say, please, pray to God for real. I'm not even kidding. Pray that my Twitch issue gets fixed and Twitch gets fully working. Pray for me to have success on Twitch. Because if it happens, it'll be good news for everyone. That means DZ doesn't have to quit streaming. She is Snooker, City Boy, Joseph, Observer, and Fishy Friends, Ruben, Todd, Danny Wood. Danny Wood. And we streamed all day today, no problem. Yo, 491, you're not a bot, are you? Because you posted that twice. That's fine, but are you a bot by chance? Could be a Fed bot, a bot put out by like some parties.
That means you go crazy.
$2,000 views today, y'all. All right, we're gonna try to do the video live. They shorted 50,000 shares in the close. That's why AMC dropped down. Shit is crazy. Market is bleeding. All right, I'm going to try to do it live. If I mess up, guys, I got to do it off live. If I mess up too many times. All right, guys, what is up? You are back for another video with Data Zero. This is your daily outlook prediction for stocks and crypto. This is not fun. Damn, can't even talk. Hold up. All right, guys, daily outlook prediction, stocks and crypto. This video is not financial advice, should not be taken as such. Let's hop in the charts, facts, data showing you what is going on for the day and the rest of this week. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about AMC, GME, SPY, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency in this video. We're going to start off with the meme stocks, AMC and GME. Now, AMC, is it all over? Is this the end? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you right now, this is the point where the fate of the apes will be decided. Now, me personally, I am holding my shares, but do not follow what I'm doing because I am holding to the very end no matter what happens on this thing, all right? But besides all of that, I have to tell you guys what the charts are telling me, and I have to stick to my guns when it comes to this, and I'll explain why with the facts and data, but I just don't believe that AMC, even if we break below $1, we don't stay under $1. We do not stay there. We break back above. We do not get a reverse split. I believe that is fear as of right now. So there are a couple reasons why I think this. First of all, there are some more speculative reasons, fundamental reasons. Let's get into it. So the first thing is we have the Mario movie coming out. We have Avengers Doomsday coming out. We have the Spider-Man movie coming out. Box office should be decent. Also, right now, they are actively selling shares. There's an at-the-market offering going on right now where basically they have it set up. They can sprinkle shares over time. That is happening right now. So they are selling shares. Once that's over and announced is over, that would be extremely bullish. Also, if you look at what's going on with the technicals, all right, as of right now, they shorted some shares heading in the close, were able to dump us down. We came up for the 110 retest, came back down. Heading in the close, they shorted some shares. Right now in after hours, you guys can see we're already getting a pop to the upside. Into close, we were being manipulated down. So we should see some recovery from that here in after hours and potentially heading into tomorrow. Also, if you guys look, RSI is oversold here on the 1 hour time frame, oversold almost here on the 30-minute time frame. You guys can see we're actually almost outside of the bands on some of these time frames here, and some of the time frames we are outside of the bands. We're going to come back inside of those bands. If you look and zoom out, weekly RSI is extremely oversold. I've been talking about this a lot here on the channel. Normally when you see things like this, and you see these deep oversold conditions and hit new lows, that's when you start to get pops to the upside that people don't really expect. If you look at AMC dark pool activity, they've been using the dark pool and short shares to keep us down a lot. But right now, dark pool is sitting at 74.66%. But if you look at cost to borrow, which is one of the tools that they use, not cost to borrow, but the short shares, cost to borrow is going up. That means it's more expensive for them to short. Cost to borrow has slowly been trending up. Now, if we see it stay over 1% or higher, that is extremely bullish. So I'm not really concerned as much as what the price is doing, as I do see this is giving us a peek into what's going on in the background, and I do see bullish signs going on in the background as well. So as long as fundamentals remain good, we get some decent numbers at the box office, that share sale starts to end, we get an 8K filing, that could be a possible catalyst for upside, and cost to borrow continues rising, I am going to remain bullish. We have major support at $1 as well. So I believe if we did come down to that level, you would see a bounce off of it, not a break below it, but a bounce off of it. So that's why I don't believe, in my personal opinion, we are going underneath $1 on AMC and we're staying there. I'm not saying it's not possible we go underneath $1, but I do not believe we will stay there for as many days as we would need for them to justify a reverse split. I just don't think that's going to be the case in my personal opinion. If you guys look at the short interest right now, you guys can see that the short interest is climbing as well. So they just been shorting heavily. They just been dumping short shares, shorting heavily. So if we were to see some type of recovery, that could put the shorts in a potential position where they would have to cover some of the short interest, and it could lead to a decent size rally. I don't want to get people too hyped, but again, when RSI is on these deep oversold conditions on these macro time frames, that is when you can get these decent pops to the upside. So as far as AMC is concerned, I think we are going to see a recovery, probably start seeing a recovery as early as tomorrow. I believe that we're a little oversold right now, and we should see a push back up to at least 105, reclaiming that as support. So I don't think we're going to be staying down to these levels too long, but AMC unfortunately today did hit a new all-time low of $1.02. If we do end up coming down to $1, I do think we'll be getting a bounce off of that level, in my personal opinion. I do go live all the time, so make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe, put the bell notification on. That way you guys know when I go live, and you guys can get these technicals and informations as they come out. Now, as far as GME is concerned, you guys can see we did break down. This is also, I do believe, putting pressure on AMC. If GME were going up, I know they're different stocks, but I believe the same algos trade on them. I feel like the same people look at AMC that look at GME, and the same people that look at GME look at AMC. I believe similar traders, day traders, will invest and trade in both. So that is why I believe they move together for the most part. But right now, GameStop is pulling back. If GameStop were being able to push up, that could help AMC. But right now, GameStop tracking perfectly with my prediction, moving down towards 23.15. Now, if we come down to 23.15, I believe that's where we'll find support. But GME overall, I believe, is about to have a bullish earnings. And if that is the case, we get another profitable earnings, because we've been profitable for like 5, almost 6 quarters in a row. This might be the 6th quarter, don't quote me on that, but at least 5 quarters in a row we're profitable for GME. If we get another one, that's going to be absolutely insane. Also, GME, literally from the analyst, is expected to grow 125% next year. So things are looking extremely bullish for GME stock. I believe the reason why we're trending down in the earnings actually so we can be accumulated, and I believe that we're going to push up after earnings, and earnings could actually be a possible bullish catalyst for GME. So again, I'm expecting a little bit more downside heading towards 23.15. That's where I think we will find support, but we should be able to push up off of those levels once we get down there. So this is what we're looking at for AMC and GME. Let's go ahead and move into SPY in the overall market and show you guys what's going on. Guys, SPY, the crash is getting ugly. Did the Fed just crash the market today? Let's break it down. As you guys can see, we got PPI and it came out hot. 0.7%, well above the 0.3 market expectation and consensus, throwing the market off early in the morning, giving us a dumpage. Then we got the interest rate decision, which was slightly bullish to neutral. We did see a little bit of upside off of that, but after that, Fed pal started talking and the market started dumping. If you look at what's going on here, you guys can see, again, we did just get that 3.75 basis point move, which is what the market was expecting. But then Fed pal started talking, and he really didn't have a lot of answers for the questions that he was getting, because inflation doesn't seem to be getting anywhere near their 2% target. GDP is not growing as much as people are expecting. The AI bubble is starting to fizzle out. NVIDIA had its event, and it wasn't as impressive as people thought. The market is set up for a move down, technically and fundamentally. We also have all the stuff going on with the conflict in the Middle East, and this is causing a lot of chaos in the market. Now, I told you guys on the macro time frame, we are looking extremely bearish. On multiple time frames, we have bearish divergence. 4-hour time frame, daily time frame, you guys can see RSI trending down, price trending up. I told you SPY would flatten out and correct down. I also told you with the breakdown of the rising wedge, we're going to see a move down. SPY in a clear overall downtrend, making lower highs in lower lows. I'm telling you guys right now, if SPY loses the key level of 660.02, you are going to see absolute dumpage. Now, I don't think we're going to lose that tomorrow. There is a chance, but I think what you're going to see is a possible little bit of movement up pre-market. We don't have any more data drops or anything like that. Make sure you guys keep an eye on oil, though, because oil has been rising. That's also something that's putting pressure on the markets. Oil right now at 99.46. Keep an eye on that. If it goes over 100, that is going to be extremely bearish. So again, this is putting pressure on the market. What's happening with the straight over there needs to get sorted out, or that oil price will continue to keep going up. And that's going to put also inflationary pressures on the market. And when Fed pal was asked about all of this, he didn't really have any clear answers, and he didn't really break anything down. So as far as SPY is concerned, I do think we're going to try to hold 660.02, 660.08. That's kind of the range that we're looking for. But if you break below that and use that as resistance, you are going to absolutely dump if you see that happen. What I'm expecting for tomorrow is maybe a little bit of recovery, because we are pretty oversold right now. But if you start seeing dumping down pre-market, things are probably going to get ugly. Again, if we lose 660.02, 660.08, around that range, expect a lot more downside for SPY. Now, I'm expecting some recovery early in the morning. If you don't see that, and remember, if you break below, it's going to be very, very bearish. If we do get what I'm expecting, though, you'll probably see a pop to the upside towards 663.23, but then a breakdown further, as the trend is your friend, and I believe the trend is down on the macro for SPY. So that's what we're looking at for SPY in the over market. Let's go ahead and go to BTC crypto, show you guys what's going on there, and then wrap it up. So Bitcoin did get an overall pullback with the general market, and the PPI hit. We did draw down. I don't think we should have drawn down as much as we did, but again, sometimes BTC can be sold as liquidity. It is a very liquid asset and very easy to use by institutions which are buying things up. But we did get this decent news here yesterday coming out from the SEC. So the SEC issued an interpretation clarifying how federal security laws apply to certain crypto assets. And this is a step in the right direction, ladies and gentlemen, because large money and institutions don't want to invest in crypto if there isn't clear rules. Okay, some people are willing to take that risk, but when we're talking about the big money, the real big money that could push this market caps up to new highs that we never seen, sovereign wealth, things like that, they want clear, concise rules. They want clarity. That's why we want the Clarity Act to pass, which is the next thing we're looking for. But this is definitely a step in the right direction. This is going to give them more confidence to invest. Now, the big thing about this is some cryptos were named by name, ladies and gentlemen. We have APT, AVAX, BTC, BCH, ADA, Link, Doge, ETH, HBAR, LTC, DOT, Shiba, Sol, XLM, XTZ, XRP, all listed as commodities. Ladies and gentlemen, they are commodities. These are altcoins that are officially commodities. Now, we already knew that BTC was a commodity. That was pretty clear, I think, in most people's eyes. But this coming directly from the SEC is extremely bullish moving forward. We definitely want to see the Clarity Act getting passed, which I do think will get passed. I think they're trying to scare people and make them think that it's not going to get passed. Because like I said in previous videos, if everybody knew the Clarity Act was going to pass 100%, they'd be buying crypto up like crazy, and the whales don't want that. So I do think we will see that pass. But even if it doesn't, this is definitely a very good step in the right direction. Now, as far as the technicals are concerned, we just want to see BTC stay above 70,800. As long as we stay above that, we're going to see a push up. And right now we're outside the bands. Looks like we're holding that as support. So we should see a movement back up towards 73,000, 74,000. If you see BTC break and hold 74,500, that means we're breaking out even higher. But I do think BTC is breaking out of its accumulation range. XRP, as you guys can see, is tracked with my prediction slightly pulling back. Unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. So we are back underneath that $1.50 mark. Anything under $1.50 is an absolute steal for XRP. If you see XRP break above 150, that means it's breaking out of its accumulation range, but most likely you need to see BTC break out as well. We did find this falling wedge on XRP, so that is very, very bullish. Also, another coin that has a huge macro falling wedge is ADA, so we should see push to the upsides with this coins. But we need to see BTC move up because Bitcoin dominance is still extremely high, 56.6%. So if Bitcoin pumps, altcoins will pump. If Bitcoin dumps, altcoins will dump. So keep that in mind. But this is pretty much everything we're looking at. As you guys can see, crypto fear and greed moving out of extreme fear. So extreme fear means extreme buy zone. Fear means buy zone. So we're still in the buy zone, but we're moving out of that. As you guys can see, if you would have bought down here, you would be up. When I was calling out the bottom, and I did call out the bottom on multiple times on Twitter/X on my streams. So make sure you guys like and subscribe, lock in. If you would have bought down there, you would be up right now, up over 15 to 20%, depending on where you grabbed on these lows. So this is what we're looking at for crypto. I do think it is bottoming. I think things are getting very bullish, and I think it's decoupling from the stock market. Even though we did see an overall drawdown, it could be sold as liquidity, but I believe the fact that it's being listed as a commodity and the way that things are going, crypto is definitely changing. So this is what we're looking at. This is your daily outlook prediction for stocks and crypto. If you made it to the end of the video, thank you so much. Look, we've been going live on Twitch. I plan to go live on Rumble as well. Make sure you guys go ahead and give me a follow over there if you don't mind. If you can, hit the like button and subscribe. But if you don't want to do any of that, make sure you do this most of all. Make sure you have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. Did we get one? Did we get one, guys? I gotta edit it, though. See you, Kai. $2,000 views achieved. 2,000 views achieved. 2 brand new members. Crazy super chats. 128 likes. Thank you so much, family. I'll catch you in the video, and until next time, peace. No, it's up 1.95% in after hours. It's at 104 in after hours. All right, family. Thank you, anyone who stayed to the very end. I appreciate you. That is the end of the stream to today. 5-hour plus live stream. No, 6.5 hour live stream, guys. 6.5 hour live stream. Mega stream. Mega stream. Thank you, anybody who stayed to the end. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for the mega stream. 6.5 mega hours. 129 likes. 2 brand new members. Massive super chats. Kai Supreme, what up? Let's go. I'll see you guys later. And the video will be out soon. Peace.